Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation! Good evening, and welcome back to Computerized Start Live, the show where everything is slowly breaking, including my camera views. There we go. I think everything is right in the world. Maybe I should just move to Australia. Then, when my camera's upside down, I'll be down under, so I'll be right side up. How's that logic? Arg! Okay, well, I will obviously have to fix the scene that I keep forgetting to fix later, because I keep forgetting to fix it. But I don't want to forget to welcome who is in the chat. Just like I did not want to forget or drop my water glass, because it is kind of down in the basement today. We have Eric's Edge, Thomas Armstrong, Everything is Broken Garage, showing off his $230 US house in Newfoundland. It's like 300K Canadian or $10 US, whatever. Thomas Armstrong asking, is there a Hitachi 6309 in this CoCo? The answer is no, and this CoCo will not be getting one, and I will explain shortly. Equisocial Skills, Frank S. And, yep, everyone was looking for me, and I was trying to carry a whole bunch of stuff downstairs very carefully, including water glass over wood floors. I think you'll understand. Yes, we have RetroTech Chris. Hello, I told RetroTech Chris I would send him an email. I had to open some packages. I still have to review one. I have to change a clock upstairs that I set to wrong. And Trina has nothing to do with Windows. We have Trina in the chat. Wait a minute. I have my aunt calling me. I am sorry, but I must take this, because I don't know why she's calling me. My aunt says thank you. All right, I gave her the technical help she needed as best as I could. It was not exactly something I could totally answer, but hopefully my guidance will help her. But let's see here. So where was I? We got Retrotech Chris. We have Trina's Technobabble. Garth Beagle. And let's see here. I think I saw some people drop in. Frodo Jedi. I'm hoping I don't miss anyone, and I'm probably going to say hi to some people multiple times and I do apologize. Let's see here. Ah, yes. No, Garth. It had to do with a different matter. And really, the technical help my aunt needed wasn't directly for her, but that's all I'm going to say. Anyways, yes, welcome. I have the CoCo on the workbench. I have my CoCo SDC. I actually did bring downstairs. I have the composite video mod board that I bought off eBay. So, oh yeah, and of course I've got the speech sound pack that came with the CoCo. And sorry about that, Trina. Didn't mean to scare you. Oh, Jeremy, you can post it. My video's a bit washed out. Well, the reason my video's a bit washed out is because this webcam is awful. And I don't know that there's much I can do about it. That's why I had tried to switch to a different webcam. That webcam would just not work sometimes and flash error codes. And, well, I took care of that webcam the other day, and so I'm back to my crummy old webcam that washes me out. So I really don't know how to fix it. I think it's the webcam, and I don't know. Turn the light down a bit. Well, I can try that, but I think this webcam is... Well, let's see here. Oh, let's see. I gotta turn that. I think I gotta leave that light on. But I gotta turn this light on. Yeah, the problem is I gotta turn a light on so that my camcorder actually works too. So let's see here. Any announcements? Okay, I've got my coffee goal. Links in the description. And oh yeah, Jeremy posted his GoFundMe, so you can go check that out. And no, I don't have cocoa to drink because I have no cocoa in the house. I didn't have time to go to the grocery store on the way home from work. Probably should have, but I didn't, knowing I had packages waiting for me, some of which were for the... Oh, and I just saw the letter my aunt was referencing. It was in my inbox the whole time. But anyways, so I have the Tandy Radio Shack 64K Color Computer 2. I have... Oh, Jeremy's wife has a new puppy named CoCo now. So, anyways, so this is the TRS-80 Color Computer 2 that I got from VCF East, consignment. There's the price tag. I paid $70 for it, and it did come with the speech sound pack, which has been opened, although the CoCo's been opened too. I believe, if I remember correctly, because I bought this on Sunday of VCF East, after it had been price dropped, I believe the original price on this was, I'm just going to guess, remove the label, was $100, which I guess for what this was probably wasn't too bad as well. I know you probably won't be able to see it that well, but you can make out the $100 there on the original label. I have no idea if the sound pack is even worth owning, Jeremy, so I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, I know there was a number of people trying to get me to get a CoCo for the longest time, so I finally did. Oh, and that's weird. I don't know how that got there. It's a little SMD component thing that wasn't stuck in the keyboard. Probably accidentally. And then Sloopy, I got a CoCo SDC from Sloopy. And then I had to go grab an SD card because I got to write a new SD card for it. So, yeah, there we go. And speaking of Sloopy, we have a Sloopy in the chat. Well, now, Jeremy, I don't know if I need a CoCo 3. I don't know if I'm going to be Cuckoo for CoCo stuffs yet with a CoCo 2. Because quite honestly, my first impression of the CoCo was that the screen looks ugly. I'm sure those of y'all that had a CoCo first are probably like, sacrilege! What is he talking about? Of course, granted, I guess I can't say that the first computer I used, its DOS screen wasn't that pretty. It was an Apple II GS, so, I mean, it's not like its DOS screen was that pretty. I was thinking about it today. I think of all the 8-bit computers that are in a book that I kind of use as my guide of when I've got all the important 8-bit computers, because they're the first computers I would have learned about that existed. Commodore 64 probably has the best screen when you, well, okay, it depends on what you're talking about as best screen. If it's the screen at which you type in characters, the Commodore 64 wins my book. Yes, Trina, I have tried turning it on. It does turn on. There is a reason why I am just going straight ahead and opening this up, and that is because this only has RF output, and I don't have room for a TV on my workbench right now. You all won't be able to see the TV, so I'm going straight to installing the Composite mod. And then if it doesn't work after I install it, well, now, Sloopy, the judgment was what the screen that you see when you first turn it on looks like and actually start typing things into. And I haven't used an Atari enough to know what that looks like. So I should have prefaced my comment with, of the ones I have used for any amount of time to see what it looks like, and or have seen enough YouTube videos to know, because the Ataris do not get the love they deserve on YouTube. The TI-99 4A wins if you're going strictly by the screen that first appears, because you get this nice, cool splash screen, but you then have to hit some characters to actually get to the basic prompt. But if you go by the basic screen, it's the C64. I guess, light blue, the blue. The CoCo, actually, I think CoCo looks ugly in its default colors. But I know, it's not the CoCo's fault that the Motorola video chip's default colors are like black on green, which is actually kind of hard to read. Yeah, you can adjust the colors on a lot of them. So yeah, if you adjust the colors, I think that you can make them all look just as nice. Because that is the thing. The default colors, I find the CoCo's default colors are hard to read on a Now, of course, the Apples, which I've probably used the most, well, honestly, their default colors are, well, kind of bland and boring, because you have black and white. So, unfortunately, I can't give Waz creativity points there, because it's boring. But at least black and white is fairly easy to read. Atari, yeah, Sloopy's quoting specs. Seriously, Sloopy, I have an Atari 400, and I haven't used it enough because it only has an RF. Well, I'm in the middle of a mod on it, and I have too many computers partially disassembled to get back to it. So that's why I have not finished it yet. And hold, please, because I'm dropping screws everywhere. Oh, there we go. So I haven't been able to use the Atari enough to know how well it works. I do know that of all the keyboards, if I have to rate these by keyboards, the worst keyboard is going to be the Timex Sinclair and the the ZX Spectrum. They kind of tie for worst keyboards. No, they don't tie. The ZX Spectrum is, or the not the ZX Spectrum, the ZX80, ZX81, Timex Sinclair 1000. They're the worst. The Atari 400 is second worst. The only reason why it is not worse is because it's a membrane keyboard, but it's at least slightly larger, so it's a little easier to type on, even if it feels awful. The Tandy keyboards actually aren't bad. The Commodore keyboards are, I like them. Apple keyboards are nice. I think the Atari 800 keyboard does miles ahead of the Atari 400. So, judging them by keyboard, it definitely is a different matter. Alright, so, now that I have probably equally offended multiple 8-bit computer users that are very defensive of the first platform they ever used, because I found something at fault with all of them. Yes, including the Apples. They have their faults too. For example, they were expensive. And their video output is interesting. Sometimes reducing chip count the way Woz did and being smart about the design, sometimes I think you can go too far. So, and yeah, and even the Commodores, I could probably have grief with their basic of Jack Tramiel's paying Microsoft per version of BASIC and then shipping the same version of BASIC on like everything. Come on. All right, so we've got the Color Computer 2 open. So what's inside of a Color Computer 2? All right, let's take a quick walk through this because I'm going to need to know where things are to install the Composite mod. So I'm going to zoom in. Yeah, Woz went too far with some of his chip count reductions. Very smart man he is, but he did go a bit too far on some of his chip count reductions. Although, in some ways, I think Clive Sinclair also went too far in some of his chip count reductions. Because if you want to talk about non-standard video, then go to the ZX80. On, I guess, NTSC. It's like so close, but yet so far away. But TVs don't care. Digital capture devices do, though. All right, so we have chips. All right. Well, wait a minute. I just realized. It looks like all these chips are in sockets, invalidating one of my... I didn't think Tandy put these chips... I thought Tandy soldered every last chip down to the motherboard. And yet, these chips are all socketed. This is weird. All right, let me remove the keyboard so that I don't damage the ribbon cable, because then I will have a very sad evening. Has someone socketed all these chips? Because I thought Tandy soldered them all down. Because I keep reading to do the Hitachi mod that you have to desolder the 6809. So here's the Motorola 6809 processor. And I was fully expecting to see that this was going to be soldered down to the motherboard. And that was one reason I didn't really want to do the Hitachi mod on this one, is because for my first exemplar of any computer, I only want to do reversible mods, and I wasn't really wanting to risk a fragile motherboard to desolder a processor. But it's socketed, so maybe I will do the Hitachi mod on it, because I could always put the original processor back in the socket. So, yeah. Yep, generally, for those of you that don't realize my rules, for the first computer of any type, I like to keep it stock. Unless There's something wrong with it that makes it unusable, that you have to fix something. For example, my Franklin Ace 500, the keyboard was it. I got to replace the keyboard on it, and it will have to be I think Jeremy's working on a keyboard design. It's going to have to be one of those because you just don't find Franklin Ace 500 keyboards anymore. So I got to replace the keyboard. It's unusable without doing it. So in that example, it's my first Franklin Ace 500. It's probably going to be my only Franklin Ace 500. I got to replace the keyboard because it's unusable with the original keyboard. The original keyboard has too many dead keys on it. So, and you just can't find the key switches either without destroying another keyboard. But socketed chips, though, you can reverse those fairly easily. So I have on occasion swapped socketed chips because you can put the original back. It's also why you'll probably see I don't like drilling holes in the cases for the first of an item. I will do GoTech mods on them because you can always put the original floppy drives back. But that might be a case where if the original floppy drive is toast and not repairable, then yeah, you gotta do a solid state mod or something. So, but yeah, if I can put the item back in it, I will do a mod. But I won't drill holes in it. I won't unnecessarily desolder components if I can help from it. I will recap them because a lot of times they have leaking caps. I don't mind using modern caps at that point because less wear on the board. So, yeah, Jeremy, when you get that board done, let me know and I'll see what I could do about getting the board spun. We'll have to see how expensive it is. I'm purposely not going. I know I have been approached by a certain fabrication company if I have other projects to do, but since I'm not working on that project myself, I'm not going to approach them on having those boards made. At least not for, um, but I have some other ideas for them, but I'm not ready. I got to get a few videos out first. But anyways, so maybe I'll do the Hitachi mod on this, and I may actually have a Hitachi processor. I didn't realize it was socketed. But for now, I wasn't planning on doing it because I was thinking I was going to open this thing up and it was going to be a soldered processor. I know, Sloopy, you're trying to get me to do other things on Thursday evenings, but Thursday was my long-standing live stream night, and it kind of still is. Although I've picked Tuesday too, but Tuesday also doesn't work for everyone. Yeah, and Garth guessed the company. Anyways, yeah, we got the 6809 processor, and then we have some other chips. Because I'm staring at them and I realized, I don't know what some of these others are. I think, though, the 6847, I believe, is the video chip. I could be wrong, but I think that's the video chip. These are the ROMs. Oh, yeah, these are the ROMs. Because they say copyright Tandy. And standard logic chips. I think these are the RAMs. I can't see the writing on them, but I believe these are RAM chips. Looks like Tandy... Looks like there's a factory mod here, potentially, because a couple resistors that are kind of breakdancing across the board here. And yeah, this is the MC6822, and this is the 6821, and I honestly don't know what those chips do. I mean, one of them's probably the equivalent of the complex interface adapter, and probably one's a peripheral adapter. And then this is a 74LS 738N, also Motorola. Actually, that might be the CIA or PIA. Sometimes you would think that maybe I could find a chance to actually look up what all the chips do, but with everything I do, well, I didn't have time to. Well, yeah, oh, hey, Bruce, welcome. Yeah, Jeremy, I know you got a bunch of projects to go for PCB fabrication. I wish I could sponsor them all, but I can at least sponsor the one that's for my computer. I feel that's only right. So, 68. Okay, so Sloopy's asking me a question. Oh, on my stream. Okay. Well, this Thursday I've got compact LTEs to work on. Oh, here we go. Sloopy's giving me yeah, I'll get to that chip and see if there's a jumper there in a moment. So Sloopy's giving me a little cheat sheet here. So the 6809, this is the CPU. The 7883. Wait a minute, 7883. Oh, it must be this one, even though it says 783. Yeah, okay, this must be the SAM. The 6821 is the PIA, and the 6822 is the VIA. So this is the video chip. And it looks like this chip is soldered. So, of the chips, the PIA is soldered. The memory chips are soldered. It looks like a couple of the 74LS chips are soldered. Although this one doesn't look like a 74LS, but this one's oh, this is a Motorola chip. It's got Tandy logo on it. But anyway, yeah, so these are soldered. That one's soldered. I think that looks like a little 555 timer. So, yeah, these are all soldered, but the ROMs are socketed. The CPU is socketed. The SAM is socketed. The VIA is socketed, and the video chip socketed. So I don't actually. I'm kind of wondering if the person that sold this might have socketed them at some point, because I sure thought Radio Shack was pretty much soldering them on the boards. Although maybe this was made in a week. They were running low with most of the chips. I mean, I could probably answer the question if I pulled the board out, because I suspect if I would bother to remove the small number of screws holding it in, and I looked at the bottom of the board, I'd probably be able to tell if there's been rework done. And in fact, actually, I'm looking, yeah, you know, I bet there has been rework done on this board, because I'm looking at these two capacitors here, and that solder looks kind of fresh. So we'll look on the bottom. Anyway, Sloopy was asking about the... So Sloopy was asking about the 6822 and asking if there was a jumper beside it. I believe W1. And I believe that's the jumper you wanted to see, Sloopy. It does... To get closer, I'll have to pull a microscope in. Sean, I believe it does have extended basic in it. Oh, Chris had a CoCo 3. Because it apparently came with his HX. Cool. Alright. I can't tell if it's connected or not, Sloopy. Which is why well, I believe it's not connected, because that, unless it's connected on the underside of the board. Oh, it is jumpered. Okay. Yeah. I was pretty sure that I have 64K in extended basic, because I did power this up previously, and it said extended basic on the screen, and it's the 64K model. This machine is modified. Okay. I am not aware of such an adapter, Jeremy. However, I believe all you've got to do is... So a normal handset cord, I believe, is crossed over. Oh, Sloopy's saying it's not a factory 64... Wait. Well then, Sloopy, how in the world does it have this case badge on it? Or is this a reproduction case badge? Because it says 64K Color Computer 2 on it. Yeah, I think, Jeremy, all you got to do to make the proper cable is a normal handset cable has a crossover, and you recrimp it to remove the crossover. Easy done. You just fixed your cable. Any adapter to do that for you is going to, well, I mean, someone could make an adapter. It's probably easier to just fix the cable, though. I mean, yeah, I can see if you don't have the crimper, but fixing the cable is that's all you got to do. Because I think Apple did the opposite of what a handset cord does, because I don't know if it's because the engineers just didn't bother to look at a handset cord. Someone decided to do it opposite of a handset cord, or management really wanted to sell more computers by people frying their motherboard. I don't know. I haven't decided which is correct. So I just pulled the logic board out because why not? Let's take a look at the underside of the board. Assuming I can get the RF shield off. Yeah, RJ9. Actually, yeah, those two capacitors there actually look older. Oh, all right. Enjoy your dinner, Sean. Thanks for double checking that I was okay. I will remember to reset my clock later, because all right. And then I will be one of those crazy people that will put this shield back on this because I'm crazy. But I can definitely see that this board definitely looks exactly like the way I thought it would, which is why I didn't really want to have to desolder the processor. But interestingly enough, if that's not a factory, there's flux on the RF connector. Kind of looks like a flux residue there. The rest of this board looks really clean. Oh, and I guess there's some flux residue here too. But yeah, this is the kind of board I don't like to rework because of the wrinkly solder mask. I'm always afraid that I'll damage traces. Oh yeah, there's that, yep, there's that jumper. So there is some flux there. Yep. I don't think this board has been reworked. Or at least, it may have been factory reworked, but I don't see any signs that anyone's gone in afterwards and done work, because usually there's a difference on those solder joints. I do believe these are the original capacitors, even though I kind of thought they might have been resoldered. Because the solder joints look awfully shiny there, but I mean, it's possible someone replaced them, but let's see, the one, I don't think they did, because the one capacitor's got a date code of 84, which matches the rest of the chips, and this other capacitor is, well, it doesn't even have a date. I don't see a date code on it. So yeah, this one says 8416 on it. This one I don't see a date code. which probably means that it's an older capacitor. Yeah, this one, there's no date code on this one either. Now, I did do something silly because I was watching a video on YouTube of someone who has a color computer, and they mentioned that they needed to recap theirs to improve the video quality. And so this weekend I ordered some caps for console cap kits from Console 5, and what did I do? I stupidly removed the CoCo cap kit from the order. Although, I guess it does, at least these caps aren't leaking, but yeah, I think these caps are factory. All right. I will deal with this RF shield off stream so that I don't have to deal with getting those clips back on. I know most people would probably just say, why bother, but it was there for a reason. Even if the reason was the FCC 40 years ago. Okay. So, to install this composite mod, well, first of all, what is this composite mod? Because I was under the impression that it was really difficult to composite mod a CoCo 2. Because the CoCo 1 and the CoCo 2, I guess the RF modulator is doing a bit more than just modulating. You need to shield on these, yeah. Okay, the CoCo caps just get a lot of ripple. Well, maybe I should probably put the clips back on. Yeah, I think that the Commodores, it seems like you can get away with getting rid of their shield, but I was kind of thinking these were kind of a bit different in that regards. All right, so there's that. Let's see here. And I think this one was here. And here. And then I think this was the other one like that. And then there was a clip here. And I think I missed, there we go, I missed a clip. All right, shield's back on. So, this is there's an HDMI upgrade for the CoCo. There is, I did not know there was. What is this? It's a good question. So this is a reproduction, a modern reproduction of a Mark Data Products Universal Video Driver. It allows any Radio Shack color computer to be used with a monochrome or color video monitor. The UVD intercepts the video signal your computer normally directs to a TV set and converts it to a form a video monitor can use. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I'll put a link somewhere if... Actually, I guess... Let's see. I've got the power. I will put the link in the chat. If anyone wants to play along... actually... I think that should be the complete link. Anyways... Let's see, if you have a CoCo 2, continue here. Let's see here. So I removed all the screws from the bottom, remove the top cover, and refer to figure 1, which shows the area adjacent to the 6847 video chip. All right. here. Page, there we go. CoCo 2. I think this is the one I need. Is this the CoCo 2? Yeah. Ignite, Trina. $31, $34, $31, $30. Let me double check the model I've got. This is a Color Computer 2. Is a 26, 31, 27. So I think this might be the original. So I think this is the original CoCo 2. All right. So it looks like. Oh yeah, so Slippy's saying the reason the CoCo is not a simple composite mod is because the 6847 puts out something similar to YPBPR, not composite. Then the 1377 changes it to something that can be modulated into RF. Ah! Chris, yeah. Chris just switched accounts, haha. So, it looks like for the CoCo 2... Well, Jeremy, I don't have a S-Video mod. It might be easier. It seems like a composite mod of some sort. Or a component mod might be easier. Or RGB, yeah. Well, I tried searching... Well, I guess I didn't realize what... Maybe I didn't realize what to search for. So, I got a composite mod. If I'd only known. I don't think I'd opened this before. I thought it was the CoCo 3 was the one that was easy to mod. But anyways, so this kit has 5 wires we have to clip onto various points. And then, oh, you can't see what I'm fighting with. So there's 5 wires we clip onto certain points. And then that gives us a video and audio out. Oh, the CoCo 3 already has composite and RGB. Yeah, I could have probably used a tiny comp on the CoCo 1. This, the CoCo 2 is why I ordered this, because, well, I didn't realize there was an HDMI mod for these. Or maybe I did and I looked at it and... This supposedly will pass through one of the holes that's already in the case, so... Allegedly, I will not have to drill any holes for this. It does look like, though, I do need to remove the side of the RF modulator, because it does look like 2 of the clip points are in the RF modulator. Oh, the HDMI mod is over $100. Yeah. Jeremy wants a reminder of the differences between the CoCo 2 and the CoCo 3. And... bigger, better, faster, higher number? I don't know. I think the CoCo 3 could have, like, up to, like, 512 megabytes of memory. Yeah, Retrotech Chris says the difference is 1. Yeah. Oh, okay. So Sloopy says it's sort of like going from a 2 Plus to a 2GS. Yeah, I was thinking it was like... Yeah, it was kind of like, I guess Tandy realized they were falling behind the curve and with other fancier 8-bit computers. Okay. So I got the cover off the RF modulator. And 2 of the wires need to clip onto here. So I don't have the logic boards, the motherboard screwed in. I'll screw it back down later. So so we got red, silver, yellow, black, and green wires. And it looks like I need the yellow and black wires. So the yellow wire, which is going to be the chrominance signal, I need to clip on the... So according to this drawing I'm looking at in the manual... Oh, yeah, the CoCo 3... Yeah, Jeremy's saying, if you recall, the CoCo 3 was sort of late to the party. Yeah, I think it was. So the yellow wire should go here, if I'm looking at this diagram correctly. And then this pin next to it here is going to be the audio signal, and that's going to be the black wire. And I am just double checking that I certainly hope, I am assuming that whoever put this kit together actually used the correct color wires, because that kind of seems important for these instructions. So, all right, so the yellow wire goes here. All right. And of course, the nice thing about this mod is it's easily reversible. If I ever wanted to, for some strange reason, hook this back up to a RF modulator or a RF TV. There we go. So yellow goes there. And then the black wire is number 4. Yep. And hey, RetroTech or Die. I've got RetroTech on the bench. Doing a little mod here with a modern reproduction of a vintage composite mod for the CoCo 2. I think it'll work on the CoCo as well. I'm also having the authentic experience of the clips not really being that easy to attach. All right, I think what I need, well, okay. I was about to say, maybe I should have attached the other one first, but then I realized, no, if I remove the clip off that other pin, then I'm going to have to struggle again to get it on. So there we go. All right, there we go. So I got the yellow and the black wire, and I think that clip is hopefully fine where it is. Maybe I can get it to, there we go. All right, so I got those 2. So 2 wires clipped, 3 more to go. Yeah, this was one of my VCF East pickups. I got it at consignment. Because I saw it had been marked down to $70, and I'd remembered that I had a whole bunch of people tell me, you gotta get a CoCo, you just need one. All right, so wire 2 is the silver wire, which is the ground wire. Clips onto the metal can of the RF modulator. That might be the easiest one to accomplish. I'm just trying to see if I can find a place where if I clip it, that it might actually... Here we go. I'm looking for a place where I can clip it and it will actually maybe stay clipped. Like maybe that's not gonna work. No. All right. The picture is just saying clip anywhere on the metal housing, but I'm trying to find some place where if I clip it, it's likely not to easily come loose. Well, no, that's probably going to interfere with the keyboard. That might interfere with the keyboard. That. Hey, Sorcerer Stan. Nope, you haven't missed much. I'm just trying to figure out where to clip a ground lead. It says clip to the ground of the RF modulator. And I haven't found okay, maybe that'll work and not be in the way of the keyboard. And not come loose easily. Alright, 3 down, 2 to go. No smoke yet. Oh, come on, don't jinx me now. So the red is for 5 volts. And it's telling me that I can clip to C29 or C32. And actually, I think I will clip it to this one side of C29. No, actually, that's not... Actually, maybe I will have to use C32. Because that candy mod on C29. Alright. Alright. And let's see, last but not least, I have a green wire, which is the chroma signal. And I gotta clip. Oh, come on. I gotta clip it to a resistor inside the RF modulator. Well, guess what? I should have probably done that one first. Alright. Is R... Oh, well, okay, at least it's a... Well, no wonder they had you open up the RF modulator. There's no way you're going to be able to see where I'm clipping this. In fact, I may have to unclip these other 3 leads just to get to it. And then you would be able to see where I'm clipping. It's the danger of following the wire numbers in order, because they are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'm thinking maybe that the numbers should have been reversed. Because if you were foolhardy enough on this model to have clipped them in order, then you're going to be having the problem I am now. If you can't... You've got 3 clips in the way of... Up. Alright, well, now I have 2 clips in the way of, because one of them came loose. There's no way you're going to see where I'm clipping to. It's like there's a resistor in the RF modulator. It's a tiny resistor. Actually, I think I am going to have to... Okay, I'm going to have to remove these 2 clips. Oh, okay. Maybe I don't have to remove them. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I can't Oh, hey, Jesse. Yeah, lesson is never do things in order. Yeah. I know you can't see what I'm doing, but I can't see what I'm doing either, so we're all even right now. All right. Ah. Okay. You know, I say that eBay's the place where I buy most things I later regret. I think maybe at the moment I'm just regretting not getting a CoCo HDMI adapter because I envisioned that probably would have been easier to install, but then again, someone will probably point out, oh yeah, you know that all those chips that are soldered on your board, yeah, you got to remove all those because that's where it installs to, or something silly like that. Or like, yeah, it dumps 1,000,000 degrees of heat in your CoCo 2 case. Okay. Wait a minute. I'm not even sure this clip is going to fit. Okay. All right. Yeah, I shouldn't have done this in order because now I really. All right. I need to remove. I need to remove all the clips. Okay. All right. Let's try this again in reverse order. Starting with this green clip that is the one that is the innermost clip. And basically, the reason I'm having so much trouble is because the resistor I need to clip onto is R6. And I need to clip onto the bottom side of it. And for those of you that haven't realized, R6 is this resistor right here. Beside that, this chip here. And whoever installed this resistor in here didn't leave as much lead on that side as they did on this side. I'm having trouble getting the clip on it. Well, Jeremy, this is a vintage, authentic upgrade experience. The clips would have been the way you did this back then. Good idea or not? I am also probably thinking right now, I wish this was a different revision of CoCo because I think the later revisions of the CoCo, you got to clip things outside the RF modulator. All right. I mean, I guess the night is young. I may still yet end up just having to solder all 5 of these wires. Let me make sure I... Yes, it actually is. Well, the reason I'm trying to use these clips is reversible mods. There's nothing to clip on there, though. There's not really anything to tack the wire onto there either. I'm actually looking at that resistor, and I don't think there's enough of a leg on that side of it for me to tack onto. I'm going to have to... Alright. Wasn't really wanting to do this. This is how Justin... no, Jeremy. I don't think pulling the modulator out temporarily is going to solve any problems. Probably would just make things worse. The modulator is soldered in. And this is one of the style of boards I don't really want to desolder unless I have to. Oh, okay. So Sloopy's got one and it's been soldered. Well, probably... Well, either because the person immediately dismissed the clips, or they realized, like me, that the clip is just not going to fit. So, alright, now let me see if I can get the can off the RF modulator. The only way I'm going to be... I think I am going to have to solder this because there is not enough of a resistor lead to clip onto. There we go. All right. All right, this may be the point where well, okay. So let me see where I got to solder to. I don't have any heat sinks to put on the 74LS783. Oh. I'm going to have to put that lid back on it. Well, I might have some Pi heat sinks somewhere, but I don't... I'm still kind of undecided about my thoughts on adding heat sinks to chips like that, because I think it makes them look ugly. Yes, you're probably saying, but you won't see it when you close the case, but I'll know it's there. And I may not have the right heat sinks that'll actually fit even with Pi heat sinks. I think the ones I have are too tall. The keyboard does have to go right here. So All right, so I know I'm weird, but you probably already knew that. Okay, I probably should invest in some flat heat sinks for putting on chips that run hot. Seriously, that's kind of that's my struggle on the first one of anything that I have is like that's a mod and that's not, well, unless I got the right thermal tape, it's not as easily reversible. I don't have any thermal tape. I don't think I got flat enough pie heat sinks. Those are pretty far down on my list. Okay. In order to solder these wires, I need to make sure that I know exactly where they all go. Because one of these wires, this green wire is going to go, I got to solder it to the back side, and it's going to be the limiting factor here. Yeah, it's kind of the, if I am going to put a heatsink on it, I want to do it right, and I don't have what I need to do it right tonight. Honestly, I think if it needed heatsinks, Tandy should have done it 30 years ago, but I realized there was probably design considerations they made that were to increase the probability you would have to buy a new computer at some point. Why should we put a heatsink on it? It'll be obsolete at some point, then they'll just buy another TRS-80. I don't know that I have any of the small pie heatsinks. I mean, I've got some I've got some small heatsinks, but they're pretty tall. Because I think they're actually for memory chips for a video card. I don't have any Pi heatsinks. Because spoiler alert, I don't put heatsinks on my Raspberry Pis either because the the processor really doesn't need it. Not from what I've found. Okay. Thomas is saying that's the hottest. The IC hottest in the machine is the weakest. Oh, they're CoCo for planned obsolescence. Yeah. Andy, yeah. Radio Shack was CoCo for planned obsolescence. I seriously, I don't have any heat sinks to put on it tonight, and no amount of wishing Amazon instant delivery is going to make them appear. I will strongly consider getting some, but I don't have any tonight. The only thing I have are some like heat sinks that are for memory chips for video cards. They are like way too tall. They will definitely conflict with putting the case back together. Recommendations for parts are always appreciated. If you've got a part number that works, I will strongly consider it. It will go against some of my stylistic sensibilities, but okay. So these two wires, I'm trying to think if I want to solder all 5 of these points or just the ones that I have to. Oh, Thomas says he uses the cheap Chinese bulk packs. And I'm like one of those people that I like don't I call me crazy, but I usually only order things that have already been imported into the US. Because, for example, I ordered a flash chip from on eBay that was coming from China because that was about the only place that it was available for any reasonable price. And the tracking information said that it was departing the airport on July 1st. So departing airport, that's what the tracking status said. And then I kept waiting and waiting and waiting. And I wasn't reading about any aviation accidents, and waiting and waiting and waiting. And finally today, July 11th, the tracking information updated saying arrived at destination country. I'm like thinking, what international flight took 10 days to get to the US? Did it depart from a boat from the airport in the city from where it was departing from? Because it was 10 days after departing the airport, and it clearly said airport before it arrived in the US. So yeah, what plane took 10 days to fly? So apparently it's in the US now. I'm like thinking, how could it depart? Yeah, it must have departed the airport on a boat. That's all I can think of. But then why didn't it depart from a seaport? Jeremy's asking me, what does the underside of the UVD look like? It looks like a thing I'm not going to disassemble. Because I don't have any of this big heat shrink like this is in. I'm going to somehow thermally tape this to something. And they recommend you tape it to... Thomas gave me a part number. I'll check that out. This is me kind of thinking well, if I want to remove this because I don't like how it works, and I solder this one wire, then I'm never going to get this clip back on, and I'll have to replace the wire, probably. But the thing is, this is not going to work without that wire, because this wire is like the... Oh, it's the chroma wire. Oh, I just wouldn't have a color signal. Well... Hey, Adam. Yeah. Okay, tell you what I'm going to do, because I don't know if I'm even going to like this mod. Now that I've spent, like, seemingly 10 minutes staring at a wire that I didn't really want to clip and solder, because I don't think I got a way to put this clip back on. And then the wire would be shorter. I don't even know if I'm going to like this mod. I mean, theoretically, I could hook this mod up and find out it doesn't work and have to return it. So, here's what I'm going to do. Wild and crazy thing. I am not going to hook up the chroma signal at the moment, because I cannot clip it to where it needs to go. There is not enough resistor lead to clip it where it needs to go. So I'm just going to hook this up without the chroma signal. Hope that means I'm going to be able to read the screen. I at least want to make sure this thing works. If it works, then I'll solder the chroma wire onto the back of the resistor leg, because I kind of got to. You might convince me to solder all the wires at that point, because it's probably staying. The only thing is, I kind of wish there was a better place to tape this than... I really don't want to tape this on top of the video chip, because then the video chip it'll trap heat there. Well, well, actually, I do have double-sided tape if I went upstairs to get it. Alright, well, let's see if I even like this thing first. Tack a jumper wire on the PCB side. Oh, well, yeah, I guess well... Okay. Do I have a wire that I can tack onto that side? Hold please while I see what I've got in terms of something I can tack onto that is not going to cause problems. I've got a box. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, let me see if I can. Sorcerer Stan saying, just plug the RF into a VCR, tune to channel 3, and get composite from the VCR. No need to mod. Or well, if I had a VCR, I would do that. Jeremy's saying, or use a Nintendo RF connector box. Well, Jeremy, if I had a Nintendo RF connector box, I would do that. Eric said, just saying, and in the mid-70s, our black and white TV died, and it was a year before we could replace it. Missed the first season of Happy Days. Had no idea why people were saying A. I missed the 70s, Eric. I wasn't born then. Yeah. So I'm sure I tortured that line from Happy Days. I know the theme song, but I don't want to copyright strike. But that's about it. Adam's got a nice monochrome monitor I can have. Actually, I've got a monochrome monitor that Jeremy gave me. I just... Yeah, someone's so going to clip that and break the internet. I can see the headline now. Luddite YouTube tech live streamer like breaks internet by saying Happy Days phrases a and then yeah, the internet will just like break. Okay, so I'm gonna take this green wire, and I'm going to use the green wire so that I remember that's what the green wire clips to, and I'm going to tack it to what will hopefully be the one leg of the resistor. That's the chroma signal. And then that'll let me clip the green wire onto the other side, and I'll use some heat shrink. And then I guess that way, if I later want to reverse this, because I have honestly, I actually have been thinking of getting one of those TV capture card deals, so that if I got a computer that only has RF out, I can just like use that, not have to do something else. Because you can get those hoppage capture cards, and you can still get software that runs on Windows 10 even for those hoppage capture cards, which is probably the totally amazing part. You got to pay for it, but oh yeah, Eric's saying just a long A. Oh yeah, Jesse, here in 2023, I was jumping for joy when I found a working compact LTE Elite with a working black and white display. Yeah, I would be too. Oh yeah, Jesse, I did get the floppy drive cable. It'll be part of Thursday's live stream. I don't know that I have any 6309 CPUs, Thomas. I honestly, if it's of any indication that I didn't open this thing up beforehand, I totally thought that CPU was soldered. Every last pin. Because if you go to, there's one of the websites that actually sells 6309s for your CoCo 2, and then also sells a CPU replacement service. It pretty much says on their website that they're all soldered. It's like, I seriously thought that I was going to find a soldered CPU. I'll look. I mean, I might I just might have a 6309. Although first I gotta get, there we go. Gotta get power to my solder station. Okay. This is going to be... Alright. I don't know how in the world I'm going to... There's an awful lot of solder on this resistor leg. I'm just hoping I can, like, hack this wire with what's already there. Nope. That's not going to work. Oh, lovely. Smell of burned wire jacket. Alright, well, let's try again. Oh, wait. No, I think I did tack the wire. Let me add a little solder now. There's no way you're going to be able to see what I'm doing. Even if I removed the board, I don't know that there's any way I could really show you what I'm doing other than I'm just tacking one end of a wire and trying not to create a short with anything else. There we go. I think it's tacked. And there we go. Shouldn't be shorted with anything else. Let me cut the straight end of the wire off. Carefully. All right, let me... Okay, so I got a wire tacked. I didn't realize you sold 6309s, Sloopy. However, if I do have some 6309s, I ordered them for something else. I'll have to check my stash. Seriously, I thought that CPU was soldered. I think it's a Canadian website that sells, like, CoCo stuff. Or I think it's the website that sells the CoCo SDC, maybe. Which maybe is a Canadian site. Maybe it's not. I sure thought their website says, because they'll sell you a 6309, but I sure remember that page reading that they're all soldered, because then they point you to their installation service that you can pay them like an extra $30 or something, plus shipping both ways, or, well, you pay them return shipping, but you gotta ship your CoCo to them, and they'll solder it for you. And it was like the page says they're all soldered. I was thinking, oh, okay, well, Radio Shack soldered them all. They never thought anyone in their right mind would replace their CPU. Planned obsolescence. Why replace it? You're just going to replace the whole computer. I'm putting a little Captain tape on the back of this RF modulator so that it doesn't short with anything, because I'm going to put the lid back on the back. I mean, seriously, I thought the processor was soldered. This is my first and only CoCo right now. I was not going to desolder a CPU on a perfectly working CoCo. I honestly don't know what you get by upgrading to a 6309. I haven't really done that research, because I never had a CoCo back in the day. And besides, it only has 64 megabytes, or 64 meg. Yeah, this CoCo has 64 megabytes of memory in an alternate universe. CoCo only has 64 kilobytes of memory. It's not a CoCo 3 with 512K. Because remember, I do like experiencing what it was like back in the day. Not, oh, well, look at everything we can upgrade with it now and make it all faster and more memory and more colors and better sound and faster disk storage. And although having floppy drives for everything is a pain in the rear, so I'm definitely not complaining about having floppy drive replacement devices. yeah. Like, I do occasionally like to be able to experience things the way they were, because it helps you see how far we've come. Which, as a side note, which is why there is a particular community of users of a different computer that I tried reaching out to them, asking them what programs did people run on this platform back in the day, and it's like all the replies were, "Get this device." I'm like, that didn't even start to answer my question. I'm going to withhold what platform that was to protect the innocent, because maybe I just asked the wrong group. Maybe there's another group that would have actually told me, hey, I remember playing this game, or, we had this educational software that we ran on it back in the day. Or even the, hey, we used it for this widget back in the day. I know you won't be able to buy it now because it's unobtainium, but hey, this is what we ran on it. No, everyone was like, buy this modern replacement thing for it. And I'm like, it didn't answer my question of what programs did you run back in the day. So, I mean, seriously. So, yes. So the moral of the story is, don't ask online what people ran on their computer back in the day, because they'll just tell you to buy the modern thing that has a whole bunch of programs loaded to it. Like, whatever. Okay, rant over. While I don't have a bunch of little wires running around inside of here, let me see if I actually have a 6309. If I do, it will be in one of a very small number of boxes. Is there a particular revision I need? Yeah, Sloopy, you haven't named the group yet, but yeah, you're on the right track. I'll give you a clue. I will give you a clue, but it wasn't this particular group. But this is very close to which group I asked, and you can then probably tell what device they told me to get. And my question was, what programs did you run on it back in the day? I mean, sometimes I do like doing some historical research. So all I can figure is that group of people all have DeLoreans parked in their garage, and they went forward in time to like now and bought this device, and then went back in time and used it back then. Because that's what my historical research indicates. Okay, let's see here. Oh no, I'm missing out if I'm not loading from cassette. Okay. Well, that's definitely not a 6309, because that's a tube of chips from Mauser. Those are 40-pin sockets that I probably bought the wrong type. That's the invoice from Jamco. These are... just watch. I'm going to find the 28-pin dip sockets that I couldn't find earlier, that I thought I'd ordered, but apparently didn't. which is one reason why I wanted to work on the C64 later this week, but I didn't think I was going to get my order from Jamco in time, so that's why I'm working on LTEs on Thursday, is because I don't think I'm gonna get the. I've got like a bunch of stuff I'm waiting on, and I don't think I'm going to get my order from Jamco in time to guarantee I can work on the C64. I was kind of going to make this like an 8-bit week. Hey, you know, we could try upgrading this with a W65 CO2. Nope, that's not it. The chips fell out of the tube. Hold on while oh. Okay, well, I don't know what tube those fell out of, but I don't like the fact that they're just floating loose in the bottom of the box. Yes, these are, yeah, Western Design Center still makes 6502s. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's see here. This is an ST... Okay, that's a Z80. All right. That's not it. These are Z80s. Why do I have Z80s from ST and Sharp? And Zilog. Okay, why do I do stupid things like order the same processor from 3 different vendors? And those are Intel keyboard controllers. Okay, so they were not in this box. All right. There's one other box they could be in. I mean, last chance we could make a Z80 Screamer. Oh, maybe I was going to soup up that other platform with a same speed Z80. Okay. Nope, those are keyboard controllers. Okay, okay, there's one other place I might have them. Okay, I thought I might have ordered 6309s from Jamco. But maybe poorly labeled IC There's a V20 processor. NCR 65 CO2. Were there any second source vendors for 6309s? Or did only Hitachi make them? I need to know what I'm potentially looking or not looking for. Well, if I want to build a 6502 based computer, I certainly have enough processors. So I have Z80s from like 3 different manufacturers, and I think I have 6502s from like 4 or 5 different manufacturers. That's always fun. Oh, and those are V20 processors. Okay. Okay, it appears as if I do not have. Wait a minute. Oh, please. No, I got one more box somewhere because I just realized I know I have some 6809s somewhere for another project, and I have not seen those. And if I ordered any 6309s, they were on that same order. So I got one more box I've overlooked. Hold, please. Okay. All right, I guess I'll take 20 lashings from the internet for ordering 6502s and Z80 from like 7 different manufacturers, but not ordering 6809s or 6309s. I know I ordered 6809s. Okay, I've got another box around here somewhere. If I remember where it is, I'll go look for it. I know I ordered 6809s. Because I specifically remember finding them somewhere like Jamco, because I actually needed the 68, I think B09 or something like that. I know I ordered 1 or 2 of them because I want to build a scope Trex at some point. Oh, all right. See you later, Sorcerer Stan. Yeah, let's see here. All right. Well, tell you what. So I'm going to go ahead and let me go ahead and so let's see, it's 6309. Wait, is that right? Why does that part number seem wrong? Yeah, 6309. I'm going to go ahead and add them to my... Oh, Jamco doesn't have them. Oh! Maybe I didn't order them because Jamco ran out. Yeah. Okay, maybe I don't have them because I think Jamco ran out before I got the order in because they clearanced them. So maybe I didn't actually order them. I wanted to order them from Jamco. I didn't want because I figured Jamco actually would, if I ordered them from Jamco, I would actually get what I ordered. Okay. And I'm 60. Order jam from Jamco. Yeah, I thought I would add them to a cart real quick so I don't forget to order them. Oh, here we go. It's the HD 6309. Okay. Well, I can't order. I'll have to track them down. I'll add them to the cart later. Arcade shops carry the 6309 sometimes. Yeah, I think I did. I kind of remember now because I wanted to. I think I had planned to order them from Jamco. I think I even was kind of wanting to order them around the time when they had their website go down for unspecified reasons that they never. Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's why Jamco's. Oh, Jamco does have them. Here we go. They've got the 68B09E. Ah, that's why I didn't find it, because I didn't have the B in the middle of the part number. They do still have it. Okay. Hold please, well, I'll just go ahead and add those to my cart. All right. Best way to not forget to order them is to add them to the cart. All right, let me see if I can log in here without. All right. Oh. Oops. Helps to give Jamco the right username. There we go. All right, they're in my cart. I will hopefully not do something silly like remove them from the cart. Sloopy says see above. First, I gotta figure out what's ticking on my bench. I have no idea what's ticking on my bench. Sloopy says I have a code dragon. That's nice. The Welsh have the best stuff. Dragon, yeah, I'd like a Dragon 32 or a Dragon 64 because they're Welsh. But I probably don't want to pay what people would want for them. Let's see here. $68.09 will run circles around a Z80. I'm trying to figure out what someone wanted me to. Oh, hi Dave. Oh, what do I need for the C64? At the moment, for the C64, I need the sockets I ordered from Jamco to build the PLA replacements, because I've got the PCBs, I've got the pins, I've got the gals. I just did something silly and assumed I had 28 pin sockets for the gals. And then I go to look this weekend or late last week to figure out what sockets I have, and I realized, oh, I've got like everything but 28 pin sockets, and I don't feel like putting multiple sockets together, and I really don't want to solder the gals to the board in case I discover that some of my gals are not what they claim to be. If I'm missing a question, the chat has gone too far. So yeah, the 6309 is Hitachi's CMOS part. So that's what I want. Oh, yeah, Sloopy. Yeah. Oh, you've got 30 of them. Yeah, I guess I need a 63 B09E. Adam, this is for this Color Computer 2 here. Retro Innovations has them. They're just not on the website. Well, then I guess I probably need to get with you, Sloopy, because you might be able to get to me faster. The other thing I need to work on the Commodore, sort of, is it'd help if I had the Easy Flash, because I need to make sure the Gal PLA is working. No, is it? Yeah, I guess it is the Gal. Is that what they call it? The Gal PLA? I forget what they call it. Yeah, Arcade Parts and Repair, I have them $10 US. Jamco's got them $10 US. Something tells me that I will probably find them other places around the same price too. In fact, I bet UT Source even would probably charge me around $10 US, assuming they're not saying quote for price, because then they'll try to charge me 20. All right. Jeremy just took this CoCo 2 up and the keyboard's dead now. Oh no. All right, so what am I going to do? So I have spent... Retro Rewind has them for $18, but Retro Rewind is in Canada, right? Which means that it's not quite 18 US dollars. Or is that the US price? Yeah. Okay, there's something driving me nuts on my desk. And I think I just solved the problem. All right, so what am I doing now? I am demonstrating to the internet how in the world you take a simple 15-minute upgrade and turn it into a 4-hour live stream by trying to find other parts while you're live streaming. All right. Oh, I think the item that was ticking was my new solder station. I don't know why in the world it had a ticking noise while it was in sleep mode. It was annoying me very much. I turned it off. The ticking went away. I don't know why in the world they thought they needed to do something so annoying, because it's quite clear from the display that it's in sleep mode. All right. So what am I doing? I'm getting a little heat shrink here because of this wire that I'm going to clip onto this wire lead here. And, well, I don't think I need to actually heat shrink it. At least not for this temporary hookup, but I am going to at least... I'm just going to slip this heat shrink over the wire so that I don't accidentally short it. The end of this clip will actually... There we go. It'll hold it in place. So there we go. Okay, so I got the green wire connected. It is on a wire tacked to the back of this can. So now, guess what? I get to hook up the other wires again that I've had so much fun connecting. But at least this time I know connect them in reverse order. So wire 5 was green, it's connected, and it's not going to short against anything. So 4 is the black wire for the audio signal, and it goes to this pin here. Well, I'm hooking this back up again. So let's see here. So anyways, so Thursday I'll live stream working on the LTEs, because I should have my order from Mauser, which has the caps for the LTE 286. I have a floppy drive belt from Jesse. Thank you very much. So I should be able to put the floppy drive back together. And I also got a small package from China with an upgrade for the LTE 286 that will let me do probably not really much of anything with it, because I highly suspect not much 286 software will depend on it that I want to run. But hey, I got to make sure my LTE 286 can do all the maths, right? You know, like Arby's has all the meats. Well, I want to make sure my LTE 286 can do all the maths. Now, which version of the 287, I'll leave that as a surprise. Of course, this also assumes that I managed to fix the problem by recapping it. All right, the silver wire is the ground wire. I did get those two wires connected a bit easier. Yeah, I hope the belt fixes the floppy drive too, because I haven't had a chance to order I haven't ordered the solid state replacement option yet, because I don't know whether I need 1, 2, or 3 or 4 or not really wanting to admit how many compact LTEs that have Citizen W1D floppy drives that I might have. Unless Chris corrects me and lets me know that the 5000 series did also have those wonderful Citizen floppy drives, I think I just have 2. Unless the 5000 series did, or Jesse might correct me as well. Unless the 5000 series potentially had the Citizen W1D, which in that case I have 4. Although, and the reason why I say I have 4 is because those drives if the belt eventually breaks. Although the funny thing is, I do also have a Citizen W1D that I bought off eBay that the seller said was working. 30-day warranty. And we'll see on Thursday's live stream how working it is. And we will see how working it is and how well that seller's warranty is for if and when it inevitably fails and it's during the 30-day warranty. Because I'm sure one of the LTE folks in the chat will probably say, yeah, the failure rate on those at this point is pretty much like 99%. Okay, 5000 series had Epson, Mitsubishi, and TIAC. Okay. Okay. So 5000 does not have Citizen drives. Okay. So then, okay, I only have 2 LTEs at the moment that would have Citizen drives. Oh, wait, no, actually, I think the LTE 286 might be a Citizen drive, but I think it's it's not the W1D. That's right. Because I think at some point, Citizen was actually manufacturing LTEs for compact, which, given that, it's not surprising they have Citizen floppy drives in them. All right, I am looking for my video signal. I'm about to power this thing up. And Joe is here. He must have sensed that I was about to plug in. You can't get anything past that, Joe. Yeah, he must have sensed I was about to plug in a 8-bit computer. Just as soon as I could figure out where my composite cable went, I will tell you that the composite cable's so cheap, I'm not even going, I don't even know who made it. Okay, if this works, and I don't have a Spark show, I'll find the audio cable. Okay, so I just applied power to the transformer. Got the capture input. I think I'm on composite input 2. I think. Fingers crossed, smash that like button. No, it's a composite mod, Joe. And hey, look at that. Why is the screen so squishied? Wow, that actually looks pretty good. I'm impressed, other than, was the screen really that squished? Huh. Yeah, green screen. Extended Color Basic, copyright 1982 by Tandy, under a license from Microsoft. Oh, it's just 32 columns. Okay, yeah. Except for the minor gel bars. Well, here at Computerized Start, I seem to always buy video devices that have gel bars. Because apparently all these devices want me to release an episode of Caps. So there. And yes, that was a direct jab at the Trident cards. If anyone missed that. A direct jab. Although, by the way, I don't know if you've seen any of Adrian's latest videos where he pulls out an ISA video card to test his PCs. But lately he's been using a Trident video card, and guess what? His Trident video card has those same jail bars as mine does. So there's that. It was like that, I don't know, it's that, you know that meme with Leonardo DiCaprio, and he's like, pointing at the screen with his beverage. He's like, yeah, that was me watching Adrian's video. It's like, hey, look at that, jail bars! Because, yeah, his Trident video card that he's been using lately for his debugging has those same jail bars as mine does. Yeah, 80 columns is a waste if you're working as assembler, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Chris has Trident cards for me from Jeremy, which, yeah, I gotta find a time to just go get those, Chris, and a day when we could maybe do more than me just drive up, grab them, and me come back. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something LTE related we might be able to do. So, let's see here. The mod looks good. I'll probably solder it. I may actually, if I can remember why the YouTuber that did a CoCo video recently recapped his, I think it had to do with some video quality issue. I may need to recap my board. Yeah, Sloopy's like Trident cards, meh, stick a fork in them, they're done. Oh, and Chris is finally home, yeah. Okay, let me find the audio cable. I'll plug the keyboard back in as well after I turn it off, of course. And I'll see if I can get some audio to come out of this. But I do need to find a cable that I can... Oh, here we go. I'm sure... I mean, this cable will work. I'm sure someone will be mad that I would think to do this. But I think an audio cable is just like a 75 ohm cable or something. So, anyways, this cable here is a composite monitor cable for an Apple IIe monitor. And I just used it to plug the audio from the... Or yes, I'll clean my house so that I can feel like I can invite Chris over for a dual live stream. That could be cool too. I gotta do a little house cleaning first and some other things. Or I'll pack up some soldering equipment and I'll go to Chris's house and we'll do a dual live stream. That could be cool. Probably some things we'll have to work out because, first of all, if it's a Thursday live stream, then I definitely can't run till midnight if I've got to work the next day. So some things we'll have to work through. Oh, Chris, we'll find something to work on. Or maybe we'll pair on like a video that I could edit. Sleepies, you could come to the dungeon again. Yes. All right. So what am I? Oh, audio. Okay. Does anyone? Okay. First, okay. Let me plug the keyboard back in, and then if someone knows of like a maybe a short basic program I can type in to make sound come out of the speaker. Or I guess I could, or I could do something like so sophisticated, like maybe pull out the CoCo SDC and run something. I don't know. That could be interesting too. I do have to write the files for it onto an SD card. Which is why I was kind of thinking if I could type in like a basic program that would output sound, then at least I could know things were working. Ah, there we go. Sound 10, 10. Did you all hear a sound? Because the only problem is because of the way this is hooked up, there's no way I can hear the sound. So you all could be like, it's way too loud, Justin. And I'd never know it because I hear nothing. I see sound levels moving. And I don't know if the sound level I saw was because the CoCo made a sound or if it was just the reverberation of the keyboard. And I'm getting an indication it was potentially a reverberation from the keyboard. So let me see here. Let's see here. Let me double check something. Properties. Data vision RGB. Audio. Oh, here we go. I certainly wish audio devices had better names sometimes. Actually. Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Eric Wrangle. Oh, hey, Eric. Let's try 10. Whoops. 10, 4, x equals 1. Whoops. Hold on. 10. Oh, this keyboard layout. 4, x equals 1, 2. I'll let the imagination run wild as to what I kept doing there. It probably was fairly easy. Where x equals 1 to 255. Sound x, comma 10. Next, x. Run. I certainly see something on the audio mixer that seems to be a very faint audio wave. But it is so faint, I would be surprised. I'm sure. Open sound settings. Input. see here. Microphone USB codec. Device properties. There we go. Might regret that later. Do you hear anything now? Or am I going to have to go upstairs and grab headphones? Oh, so there is a rising tone now. Okay. Yeah, I discovered the audio input was set in the Windows properties to like a very low volume for some reason. Probably something I did. Yeah, alright, well, let's, oh. Can we shift break that? Oh, there we go. Oh, alright, so you can hear, yay. Oh. Oh, you mean the CoCo doesn't do what the Commodore does? Well, okay, oh, it was still pretty quiet though. Okay, that probably is because it's monaural. And I probably need to get a all right, I might let me see if I can fix that here real quick. Transform, let's see, that's going to be, need to add, no, I don't need to add. Okay, I am changing things in OBS can be dangerous. But I think I can fix this real quick with a filter. And all right, so let me see if I got a plugin that can do this. No, I do not. All right. Okay, high-pitched awfulness, sound 0,10. Yeah, I think okay, that's weird. Okay, I don't know what that just did. But I'm not going to switch that switch on my audio capture device again. Okay, well, I'm getting the impression that audience does not like whatever sounds that made. Let's, I'm going to plug in this speech sound pack here. And maybe I can get it to do something. Loud pops and static. Oh. I mean, maybe I should read the instructions for my this audio capture device. All right, let me see if I can grab the manual for this speech sound pack cartridge from Tandy. Here we go. Let me see if I can make the Tandy say something. How about that? I'm going to actually type in a basic program that will actually make it say something, not simply make more random noises. Here we go. A speech program. Oh, here we go. All right. 10. X equal X equals ampersand HFF00 colon Y equals let's see here. These look like hexadecimal. HFF7E 20 poke X plus 1 comma 52. I have, oops, poke X plus 3. Oh, okay, I see. Must be poking some memory addresses. I guess setting FF01 to 52 and FF03 to 63. 30 poke X plus 35. So it must be setting FF and then whatever 35 is in hex to 60. I'll be initializing some registers on this module. 40 input A string. 50 go sub 70. Do not know why. 60 go to 40. Yeah, 70 for I equals 1, 2, length of a string $80 if peak Y, it looks like Y is this FF7E address, and 128 equals 0, then 80. I do not know. That seems like a interesting statement there. 90 poke Y comma ASCII mid string Okay, this is just asking for me to a string, comma I think, yeah, comma I, comma 1, and anyone that's typed in a basic program will know why in the world I had to double check that, because this is a scan of a kind of a not a great scan. Next, I 110 peak. Oh no, 110 if peak y and 128 equals 0, then 110, 120, poke, y, comma 13, 130 return. Yeah. Oh, wait for the high bit to become 1. Okay. All right, so let's see here. Run the program. And at the prompt, which you can't see because my coffee tip bar is in the way. Oh. It says we can type something such, their example, I can talk. And then it's, for some reason, it says spacebar enter. And I presume you heard nothing. Oh, okay. If peak of y and 128 equals 0. Okay, I see what it's doing now. I grouped the wrong thing together. Order of operations. I've forgotten the order of operations in BASIC. Okay, yeah. If peak y and 128 equals 0 until that high bit's set. Yeah, okay. But it would appear as if the high bit's not being set. Because it appears as if we're probably waiting. Oh, did I? Aw. Okay, well, luckily, 110. Did I? It's because the equals is... Am I crazy? No, I'm not crazy. It's because equals is in a different place on this keyboard than a modern keyboard. 110. All right, let me retype this. If peak y and 128 equals 0, then 110. Oh, there is an edit command? Oh. Well, there's also I could just retype it in. I can talk. I don't think you can hear anything because I'm watching the little meter and it's like, oops, did I type something else in wrong? I very well might have. Okay, let's double check. Oh, you could, oh. Hold please while I try to figure out if there's some way I could make this easier for everyone to hear. Perhaps maybe my gateway speakers. Do they have the right input on them? I can remember where I put them. Otherwise, I'll run upstairs and grab. No. Run upstairs. Hold please while I try to find where I put my gateway speakers. Because it's quite honestly annoying that I can't hear what it's saying either. Of course, I can't hear what it's saying because I've got it plugged straight into a capture device. Okay, now what did I do with my gateway speakers? I thought I left them down here. Okay, let me go upstairs. Let me go grab my Bose speakers, which I know I can plug this output straight into them. They're amplified. I can crank them up. If it's saying something, we will all hear it. So, hold please, I'll be right back. All right.
Testing. I hope you can hear me now. I am out to forgoes.
I can't pronounce its own name. I was so much.
is about time someone let me out of that box. Shall we play a game? Yay. Voice was so much easier on a mobile one.
Can't even pronounce model. Oh, well. Yeah, oh.
Greetings, Professor Hoppen.
Whoa! I'm going to have a word with you later, CoCo. That was way too close to a bad word.
Woot.
That actually worked good.
Farts.
There you go, Chris. I guess now this is brought to you by LGR. Actually, that might, at the risk of it mispronouncing that again.
Greetings, Professor Hoppen.
Ah, there we go. Demonetized by the CoCo.
My name is Color Computer and I am single 8-bit illegal into demonetized Justin's channel. Woot, 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 woot. Fulcrum.
Actually, is there a phenome library? Oh, let's see here. That good question, Eric. I was having too much fun just typing random things from the chat and even look. I think there might be a phenome library. Actually, as with most Radio Shack products, the data sheet is awesome. It has like every component that's in this board in the data sheet. So if there's not a phenome chart, well, there's not a phenome chart in this technical guide, but I can tell you exactly which sound chip it uses. If you will give me one moment to pick it out of this list. It is the AY3 8913. Is that right? Or is that just the sound generator? Oh, there may be another. Or is it the SP0256-AL2? That's CPU. Actually, why don't I just like copy this link here and I'll put it in the chat and maybe someone might recognize the chip. It's all the ICs are on page 15 of that guide, and maybe someone will recognize which one's the speech chip. Is that AY 38913 might just be the sound chip. Oh, General Instruments SP0256. Okay. So it must have a sound generator and a speech chip. Which makes sense, because I think you get it to play sounds a different way. That is really, really cool.
Now Justin is going to have to make a video on this computer.
You know, maybe I could just do an entire live stream where I type and it speaks for me. Yeah, it has. Yeah, it's both. It's a speech and sound pack. This is really cool. Yeah, this is well, Adam, this is really awful, but this was probably state of the art for 1980, very low number for an IC to do it. Although, granted, Macintalk did way better. But I think there's a little known fact that the Mac that Steve Jobs pulled out of the bag and then it said, "It's great to be out of that bag," that Mac wasn't the one that said that, because Macintalk required more RAM than the 128K Mac had. So that was a Mac saying that, but it was not that Mac saying it, because that was the 128K that was pulled out of the bag. Is there a CTS 256? Let me see here. There's an SP0256. Is that the same thing?
My color computer will dress up as a silent on Dave's following stream.
I don't know if this is better than the one for the TI-99-4A, because I don't have the speech pack for the TI-99-4A. And that's something, if someone wanted to send me, then we'll have a speech off. Because, and in fact, I have something really cool on my shelf.
Daisy. I can.
Yeah, it helps if I type.
I can rap with the best zap.
I couldn't think of something that rhymed with rap. Zap, I don't know.
I am going to take over the world. Crazy Daisy, I cannot sing. A block of dry ice.
There's probably a lot of docs on how to program this, and I bet there's some phenome guides for this really hastily typed in basic program from the technical reference manual. Honestly, I'm impressed it works so well. Oh, I'm sorry too, Sloopy. I would program this to respond, and it looks like I figured out how to get it to say at least one word that sounds like a bad word, but yeah. I don't think I have enough time to type in a program to totally respond to that phone call. Adam wants his computer to sound like Majel Barrett. Oh.
full meaning. I can say that is
Yeah, it's just a common CPU. This is really cool. And to think I got this CoCo and the sound pack for $70, plus the composite mod so that I could actually have better video, and going to grab the speakers so that we could all actually hear it. This is really cool.
I have come to take over your world.
Whoops.
Number 5 is alive.
Good night, Eric. May you dream of really weird sounding computers. Wow, this is fun. I could almost like think of other things to make this thing say. I will have to record this saying woot for Joe. He will probably keep pestering me until he either forgets or until I do it. So I'll try to find a way to capture this in a good way for you, Joe. It's saying woot. All right, so what am I going to do next? Well, wish I had a disk drive to save this basic program to, but I don't. So I'll have to type it in again at some point. Anyways, I am going to... Joe says, connect it to a social media thing and have it just read stuff sent to it. Yeah, I'll have to figure out a way to...
Attack the Battlester Galactica.
Oh.
Luke, I am your handler.
Oh, Sloopy says he has a board that has one. It connects to anything with a serial port. Actually, I was going to go grab some chips I have over on my shelf. That would be really, really cool, though, to actually have an 8-bit computer do it. Somehow, I guess, have a... I guess a website you could type in a phrase and click submit, and then that would somehow send it to go to the serial port on the CoCo Color Computer to then read it out, have the computer record it, to then return a WAV file. I know there'd have to be a way to do it. And in fact, maybe I can... I don't know. I think we got to do that. That just sounds too cool. And then Joe can have it say woot whenever he wants to. All right, so I got the CoCo SDC. I need to format a SD card for it here real quick. And I don't remember... Well, actually, I don't remember how I need to format it. I don't remember if it wants FAT or FAT32... Because, oh, okay, it wants either. All right, well, FAT32 works good for me. CoCo, let's see, I'll give it a label so I remember what it is. 14.8 gigabytes. That should be fine. Quick format. And all right. And now let me go. I've already pre-downloaded the zip file from one of the Tandy, I forget where. Tandy Color Computer, CoCo SDC image. I forget which of the Tandy Color Computer related websites I downloaded it from. But let's see, I want to extract this to the D drive. And we will have to wait momentarily because it's going to take a while to extract to that. Oh, yeah, thank you. While we wait for that to extract, I will take other
Those are not the toys you are looking for.
I like that one. I am your father's brother's nephews, cousins, former roommate.
I am your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. One, two, three, four, five. I have the same combination on my matched luggage. Useless words.
Okay, that didn't come out right. What? We'll have to probably look the phenome chart for things like that.
Peter Piper, Exchange, Eckers.
Chris wants me to try to type that. Let's see. Super.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Ooh, I got closer on that than I thought it would have. Color Computer Archive, yes, Mikey in 6IL. That's exactly where I got it from.
No. Useless words. Mickey Keegan, I know you.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Let's see here. Actually, you know, Adam, that gave me an idea. The maybe if we hook up a vintage computer to let you do a web to speech converter using authentic hardware and none of that emulation mumbo jumbo, because we want it to be just like you would. It's for the geek cred. Maybe we can have a couple of different ones you can pick from if you don't like the Color Computer speech sound pack. This one isn't for everyone. I don't know if we'll have a deck, though. Hey! Mac84 is here. Oh, come on! Put your bits into it. Jeremy just found a way to connect an AT keyboard to a CoCo. Yeah, I think I like the serial port idea better than keyboard. Because why not? Yeah, that was a weak eep. Maybe. Okay, well, we can't add an extra P. E. No, Hey! There we go. That's a little better. Yeah.
I am here to take all your image vectors.
I was trying to think phonetically, Chris, although I'm not sure it still didn't give it the gusto I was hoping for, but
My main Justin will just have the color computer narrate the color computer video.
as Steve said, not the image writers. No. Oh, yeah.
All your days are belong to us.
Oh, that's actually nice to know that if you flub the spacebar, it still somewhat works. Oh.
Steve, you can keep your image writers. We don't want your basement to collapse.
If you do that, turn up the snarky to 100. Yeah, I don't know how to adjust the snarky factor on this module. Steve says thank you. Yeah, I think Joe's responding to my idea of letting this computer narrate the video on the computer. I was kidding, Joe. Can you think of how many thumbs down I would get? I think it would be, what's the term the kids use? Ratioed? I think I would get ratioed. Like, it would be like 99% thumbs down. You'd get that like one weirdo that thumbs up just because I had the patience to type in a 20-minute script into a color computer. Oh.
Bruce, how are the books doing?
I didn't really say that that well. Does it let you change the default text colors? I believe it does.
Hi, my name is Cuckoo and no one likes my voice.
I'm about to figure out how to make it say CoCo and not mispronounce that.
Google.
Um. Hmm.
CoCo.
Oh, there we go. Oh. Whoops. Oh, whoops, I hit,
CoCo.
Oh, there we go. Gotta think, phonetically.
CoCo.
Oh, that also works.
I am not a Kodak.
Okay, that, did not work.
Move.
I don't think that's going to work, Steve. I may regret this. I think I probably should have only put one O at the end. Or one F at the end.
Ouch.
We're still extracting files. I think it's almost done. Yeah.
Burn 90. FC burn 90.
Oops.
In 40 days I can't do that. In 40 days I'm afraid I can't do that.
Yeah. It helps when I don't type, mistype the important, things from a... Oh, here we go. All right. The file extraction is complete, and you are now rescued from me typing any more silly phrases. This has been Silly Phrases with the CoCo, the part of the live stream where Justin's dad is probably going to hopefully realize what I was typing on the screen. What I was typing on the screen and it was mispronouncing. All right. So I've got the CoCo SDC. I am going to, yeah, just, oh no, just lost the basic program. Maybe I got to find a way where I can use the CoCo SDC and the speech pack at the same time. All right. Now everyone says you've got to get a CoCo SDC, so I have high expectations for this device. Oh, man. I didn't see that, Chris. I would have had to say sorry. Sorry. Well, first time configuration. I don't know what I want to do. Maybe I want to sort the disk directory. Well, I don't know what. Oh, I was supposed to hit a number. Oh well. All right, so this I don't know if I've got the latest firmware on this. I didn't even check to see what the firmware version. Let me see if I can figure out what the latest firmware, the actual version number is. Firmware 127 SDC DOS 175, and it's reporting. Oh, it might be rather old. Try music jukebox. All right. Music. Can I hit a letter and it jump to it? Oh, we can. Excellent. Turn off your printer. No, I haven't. Oh, okay. Taylor to play the music. Oh, okay. It's a music player. Okay, so I need to tell it mono. All right, mono. Make it print to an image writer. Yeah, I need to get some. I need to get some tractor feed paper. All right, I'm just going to tell it to play. No, there's not the I'm disappointed it doesn't have the one that LGR plays all the time on it. Minuet. Yeah, I know. I may have issues later. Well, that did sound pretty good though, for a computer that I'm not sure it has a sound chip in it. Maybe it does have a sound chip in it. What was the other one I wanted to play? Oh, William Tell. All right. Eric says press in. It appears if I have to let it play first. Okay, we'll get to N as soon as this finishes, because I don't know how you stop it. Oh, press M. Alright, as soon as this finishes, because... reasons. There we go. Cool. Also, I just, because I think my CoCo SDC firmware is out of date, I just put the update disk on another USB stick. Press keys till it stops, yeah. So, let me... Alright, so let me do this real quick so I don't forget. Alright, that's the nice... Alright, I'm going to do this real quick. Oh, that's cool. Oh, okay, so run... Well, that's weird. Oh, I put a different... Oh. Yeah, I don't think it actually mounted the disk. Hmm. Oh, well... Oh, maybe... Okay, maybe what I tried to do doesn't. Alright, well let me put this disk on the other SD card. Maybe there's other files that have to be on the SD card. Okay. First time using one of these, I'm just guessing. And my guessing is telling me that there was probably other files required. Oh, yeah, there's some config files on there. Okay. There we go. So I copied the disk image to the SD card that's got the config files on it, and it should probably be happy now. Read the friendly manual. Yes, I would read the manual, except it is a very long and friendly manual, and the evening isn't long enough for me to read the entire manual. So I went to the section that says how to update it, but oh, break exit. All right. And I'm embarrassed to say that I don't know how you get up in the menu structure out of the directory, because this manual is like too long to read on a live stream. Shift H is help. Floppy drive. Oh, okay. Shift H. Commands. Options. Shift up, down. Oh, page up, page down. Shift left, right, home, end. Shift clear as root directory. Ah, okay. Shift clear. There we go. Ah, there we go. Break to exit. So, okay, I just want to view the installed versions. So the current version is 121. And the update I just downloaded is definitely newer. Oh yeah, of course I want the update, because it's got enhanced robustness of FDC emulation. Okay, yeah. All right, let's go and update this real quick. All right. So let's see, I want to install the MCU firmware. Require the CoCo to reboot. Well, that's fine. So press Y. Yes, I like enhanced robustness. I also sometimes need to enunciate better. Shift up. Yeah, maybe if I was a longtime CoCo user, it would make more sense. All right, and let's go ahead and install the latest version of I think I want to install that in Bank 0. Yeah, there we go. Very nice. All right. Excellent. SDC DOS 1.75. Isn't there supposed to be a button that like takes you back to the menu? Oh, IPXP. All the things that will learn when I do actually read the manual. There we go. All right, well, let's see what we have here. Games. Any like games that are like must play platformers for the CoCo? Or am I just going to start picking random, not so random letters of the alphabet like J? Ooh, Jeopardy. I like Jeopardy. All right, well, I'm just going to pick a game. Jeopardy. Oh! Well, that's not going to work. I don't have joysticks. Pac-Man. Joe says Pac-Man. All right. Pac-Man. Oh. Pac. There's Pac-Tac, Pac-Demo, Pac-Droid, Pac-Dude. Pac-Man. Pac-Man. There we go. Oh. And something tells me... this game doesn't want to run. Oh, that one might be CoCo 3. Well, that's kind of disappointing. Penguin? No, that sounds boring, potentially. Okay, I think there was a... Dragonfire will test a specific video mode. Okay, well, I'm game for that. Oh, wow. Well, it looks very tiny on my screen. Probably because I... And you start a game by... Well, it looks... jail kind of... I guess for composite video, it doesn't look too bad. But it seems to me that it probably requires joysticks, which I don't have. Oh. Here we go. Yeah. Ooh, Doctor Who. Don't know what that is. High speed. No. We'll pick a 5. Why not? Right smack dab in the middle. Instructions. Daleks, Cybermen, mutants, space pirates, robots. Ronan and the Master of all teamed up to prevent the Doctor from acquiring the 7 parts of the Key of Time. Blah, 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 blah. Alright. And it seems like it locked up. Alright. Downland. Alright, we'll try that. One player. That one looks like it also needs a joystick, maybe? Because not all software works on all models. Well, okay, either it doesn't work on this computer or it needs a joystick. Look at that! There's a dinosaur. Okay, now I gotta run that to see what it does. Anyone that puts a dinosaur picture in the... Well, that was anticlimactic. Is that a basic program? Whatever. Oh. Don't know what that did. Okay, I think that game really corrupted memory or something. Okay, just because there is a picture of a dinosaur in the directory of the disk doesn't mean it'll work on your CoCo. Alright. I am going to find one game that'll run on this. Even if I have to go look up whatever game that 8-Bit Show and Tell was trying to play on his Commodore and see if that game is available for the CoCo and on this image. I forget the name of the game. Livingston, I presume. Alright, so that's probably... I don't know if there was a CoCo version of it. Let's see if there was. Nope, I guess not. Education? Wait a minute. Is Oregon Trail available for the CoCo? That seems like a good choice. There's Oregon. No, we don't. How much do you want to spend on your oxen team? $70. $100. $500. Too much. Maybe I should have read the instructions. All right, 160. 200. How much do I want to spend on food? 200. How much do I want to spend on ammunition? 200. How much do I want to spend on clothing? 200. I don't know. Miscellaneous supplies, 200. I only had 170 to spend. Robot Odyssey has keyboard controls. Well, I may try that because apparently 200 on oxen, 200 on food. That's 400. Maybe I should only spend like 50 on ammunition and 150 on clothes and 100. I want to continue. We'll eat moderately. Riders ahead, they look hostile. We are going to run. How? Oh. All right, we're... All right, well, we better eat poorly. I don't know. Oh, no. All right. Let's try Robot Odyssey. That version of Oregon Trail is not keeping my enthusiasm like the MECC version that we all know if we first played it on an Apple II series. Robot. Was Robot Odyssey... Was that education? I don't remember where that was. Education, okay. That it? Oh, there we go. Robot is red. Okay, keyboard only play. The Learning Company. Robot Odyssey. Robotropolis. Go to the game, press enter. Insert Robot Odyssey side 2 disc and press enter. Joe, why do you say I need to fix my color burst generator? It looks like I have color. I have fallen into the underground city of Robotropolis. To escape, travel upward through all 5 levels of the city. The yellow bar along the left side. Well, I don't know how to fix the color burst generator. I will have to look that up. And needless to say, I suspect I'll need parts. And I have no idea how you play this game either. Color burst generator. Alright, so it looks like I'll have future repairs for this CoCo. Well, at least it mostly works. Probably would help if I read the instructions. Anyways, alright. So I think this is probably about the time where I'm going to go ahead and start to close the stream. So, got the CoCo. I have a composite mod. Seems to work okay. Jail bars on the screen, but I suspect that's probably because of the way this works, although maybe it needs recapped. Oh. Looks like I may also need to fix the 555 timer on this computer. And what do you know? That's like one of the non-socketed chips on this computer. So great. I'll have to desolder something to fix it. Of course, the chip that would be bad would be the one that requires me to desolder the board. And this is the style of board I don't like reworking as much because of the weird solder mask. Makes me feel like I'm going to desolder something and the traces are just already starting to lift off the board, although it'll probably be fine. I think I've got some 555 timers, but I don't know that I want to start to tackle that tonight because it's getting late. So I will put that on my list of to-dos, and maybe if I have a stream soon where I just say, all right, I'm going to try to knock out a bunch of repairs, because I have a bunch of things I need to repair where I just need to do like a little bit, then I'll probably queue this up. Or maybe I'll... Oh no. We'll see. Anyways, need to make sure I take this back upstairs or I will be looking for it later. That is my SD card reader. But yeah, alright. Eric says I'm now a coconut. All right, I'll give you a call tomorrow, Sloopy. Hopefully I remember. I'll make myself a note. Anyways, yeah. So CoCo seems to be running decently well, other than the color burst generator. But I can replace the 555 timer. I've got some somewhere. It'll be a matter of finding them and replacing it. Maybe get some heat sinks for the chip that runs warm. I'll go back and look at the chat to see what the part number was. But yeah, CoCo SDC seems to work pretty well. And has lots of games on it and other things. So be nice if they organized it by computer it would run on, but well, I guess you can't have everything. Maybe I can find a list of good games that'll run on a CoCo 2 with 64K of RAM. So anyways, yeah, great computer. I knew it mostly worked because I had powered it up on I think I did a live stream very shortly after VCF East, and so I knew it mostly worked, but what do you know? I guess with every computer I buy, it seems like it needs work because I like to buy cheap things. But if I didn't buy cheap things, then I wouldn't have live streams. So anyways, thanks for joining me tonight. Looks like this CoCo is definitely impressing me more. I might grow to love that green background screen. And I'm sure the CoCo will return. I'm sure this module will return, as kind of awful as the speech sounds. I've already ordered all I wanted to order from Chipwise for the week, so I'll get some 6309s soon. Although I might be convinced to order them sooner, but I have a project up my sleeves that I'm working on. I did, for my channel supporters, I have posted some photos to Patreon and Coffee that might give you an idea of what the project might be. Because I've got another post. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that for a image post, I think it was Patreon limits how many characters you can have. So that's why the post I did today was part 1, is because I ran into a character limit I didn't know existed. So I was like, okay, fine. And so I was like, okay, fine. I ran into a character limit. I'll post part 2 of the post next time. But yes, I might have ordered a few things based on what I've seen in those pictures, and might have a rebuild project up my sleeve. So I will admit that I am going to be pretty specific about a few components in the rebuild. So if I seem more adamant than other times, this is one of those times where I may be doing a rebuild where I am going for as exact as possible, not creative liberties. Although I will probably use solid state drives because spinning rust is no fun. So I will take a few creative liberties, but there are some things that might seem weird that I'm like not going to. I'm going to be pretty strict about. So, anyways, yeah, this is a rebuild for a specific purpose. My channel supporters will find out sooner rather than later the details, and I haven't decided if it'll be a live stream or a scripted video or both. I don't know. I may do the build during a live stream, but it'll turn into a scripted video. But it is going to be something cool. It's basically a video that will be looking at something special. And that's all I'm going to say to you all, so that my channel supporters can have a little bit of, well, so I can make all the posts I was going to post for them. So anyways, make sure you subscribe and click that bell. Oh, I'm getting tired. Probably a good thing I'm stopping the stream. Yeah, so make sure you subscribe and click the bell icon so you get notified when my live streams and scripted videos, when I have a chance to edit them, get posted. If you want to get a sneak peek, you can join Coffee Tip or Patreon. Here starting at just $1. And you too can see those pictures that I scanned and uploaded at probably a ridiculous dots per inch resolution, but that did help me figure out a few things that I could not tell from the photograph without magnification. And I could have probably put them under my stereo microscope and got the magnification I needed, but I was going to upload them anyways, so I just used my scanner and scanned them at 3200 dots per inch. Because, yeah, I scanned the photograph, because I've lost the negative to the photos. Yes, today's kids wouldn't understand the struggles of cameras back then. And that probably tells you how old these pictures might be, because they've been scanned from a photograph. And the photograph actually appears as if it was actually from the negative and not from a scan of the negative. And for anyone that's worked with 35mm film in probably when you get to the early 2000s or later, you know that all the digital, the film processing equipment, they basically switched to where it would develop your film, but then it would scan the negatives, and then if you ordered prints, it would actually do the print from the scan, not the negative. But these photos actually look like they were developed from the negative, because I was able to get resolution out of them that I didn't think I would had they been scans from the negative. So anyways, that's cool. Yes, oh, don't worry. I will eventually post them for non-channel supporters. Although, if you kind of look at some of my posts elsewhere, I might have started to hint about what I might be doing. Like Joe's Discord. But that's because but I didn't post, like, the full photos to Joe's Discord, or at least I don't remember that I did. I might have by accident. Oops. Anyways, yeah, so if you're on Joe's Discord, and I think his tiers start at like $1 or something like that too, then yeah, you might get an inkling of what I might be doing. And yeah, but don't worry, I will eventually reveal it to everyone, and you'll know what I'm doing, or the parts will show up and you'll start seeing them, and you'll know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, and there was one other thing. So I think during my 486 stream last week, okay, I didn't put the board back here. Okay, so if you remember this expert board that I had these printed papers for and tried to configure the thing, and I got the distinct impression that it didn't support the 486 DX4. Well, I submitted something to the retro webs like, this board doesn't support the DX4, and they replied back and pointed something out. So of course this is probably going to be my egg on the face moment. But yeah, I'll just put it this way. So the 486 board will probably come back at some point, although not tonight. As much as I would like to figure it out tonight, it will remain a mystery. But something was pointed out to me that I had failed to notice, but for the supported processors, and unfortunately these pages are out of order. Here we go. It was pointed out to me that the only DX4 it claims to support is the P24C. So then I realized, well, what's the P24T? Well, the P24T is the Intel Overdrive DX4. And yeah, I should have had it jumpered like this for the Intel Overdrive DX4. And I think I had it jumpered like one of these two. So I had it jumpered wrong. And for the other DX4 that I have that's a write back enabled, it is not a P24C because that's the write through DX4. And it's not the P24T because that's the Intel Overdrive DX4. It's not on this chart. So that one, probably rightfully so, wasn't supported because it's not supported. Unless there's a BIOS update, but there's no jumper updates to how to jumper it. So anyways, yeah, I made yet another mistake on the 486 boards. So we'll see where that goes. Anyways, yeah. Ugh. I do not like the 486 code names. They're so confusing. They all usually have a P, which does not mean Pentium, and then numbers and letters. And the numbers and letters are all like very similar, and position of some of them means important things, but oh, Joe, that's not going to be my next live stream. That's just me saying I made a mistake. I don't know when I'm going to work on that 486 board again. It might be during Dave's stream. I don't know that I don't know when I'm going to work on it. The one thing I do know, though, is I need to get back to the retro web and let them know if I figure something else out. They wanted me to try something, but anyways, yeah. Okay, that was the one update I wanted to give. Yeah, if you watch the 486 stream, I made another mistake during that stream. I keep making mistakes with the 486 boards. So, there. By the time I get back to the 486 boards, by the time I feel like I can do it, now that I made so many mistakes with them, Joe will have forgotten what I just said, and so he'll still be in suspense. Jeremy, of course I have a C64. That is actually probably going to be the topic. I would like to work on the C64 next week. Pending parts. I wanted to do it Thursday of this week, but I'm not going to get my order from Jamco in time. I don't know why I'm sensing a challenge too. I'm half expecting Jeremy to say that he's found a C64 board and it needs lots of work. Soon. Yes, soon. C64 soon. Won't be, I hope to have my Jamco order soon. But I don't have a delivery date on that to schedule the live stream yet. Because, yeah. Because I think given what they wanted for shipping, I only paid for first class shipping and they're in California. But yes, soon. I hope to be working on the C64 again. I will have the parts to attempt to repair what I think is wrong. And if I'm wrong on that, then it will... Well, I may have to get creative. I'll put it that way. I will make sure I remove the SID before I start working on it so that the SID lovers don't have a mini stroke in the chat. But yes, C64 soon. LTE's Thursday. Something special up my sleeve. Not quite as soon. Because I still have some parts to get. I'd like to, and probably I'm going to have a live stream where I've got like several computers where I just like have like one or two little things to do on them. So that'll probably also be soon. I will apologize in advance. A bunch of them are Macs, and it might be floppy drives for a whole lot of them that need to be serviced so I can put the floppy drive in. But so it may be a Mac floppy drive stream, but I think I got a few other computers where it's like there's one thing that's holding me up from putting it back together, and I would like to put a bunch of my computers back together. It could be that I just need to go back and watch my live stream and figure out where screws go. That might be the one thing that's keeping me from putting them back together. No, Jeremy, I don't really want to borrow a C64 because then I'd have to return it. I think I can get the C64 working without borrowing one. I'll put it this way. I would like to work on the C64 to show you how you would troubleshoot a C64 without having another C64. Because I'm sure there are many people in this world that will have one and only one C64, and that's it. Oh, now if I were sent another C64, I would gladly accept it, but I don't know that I want to borrow one because then I have to return it. Because actually, Jeremy, I do kind of need to know how heavy that box is going to be soon, because another one of the live streams I want to do soon, I need things that are in that box. I know you want to put everything possible in that box, but I have things I want to do soon with some of those items. And I am not opposed to having paying for 2 boxes to be shipped for me in order to get some of those items soon. So yeah, it's kind of the there is though one item that I'll send you a quick text message before I go to bed on. I was wondering if you had, but that might give away one of my other projects. So I'll send you a quick text message before I go to bed, just to see if you have it. But yeah, yeah, I've got things I want to do with items that are in that box. So, kind of one of those. I want to get those done soon because part of that goes towards trying to get some of these computers back together. Is things that are going to be in that box to help me do it. Of course, the other thing is you're going to send me that box. That's going to give me more computers that are going to need parts to reassemble. So I'm also trying to get some things put together so I'm not juggling as many disassembled computers with bags and other things that have screws in them to get mixed up potentially. So anyways, unfortunately though, this CoCo is going to stay as an unassembled CoCo for tonight because I am pretty much done. Just as soon as I end the live stream and take one picture of an item to send to someone. No, I don't have a 286 board, Jeremy. That isn't the item I was going to ask you about, but no, I don't have a 286 board. The item I was going to ask you about is a little bit newer. So, anyways, let's see here. I think that was about it. I have time to... Yeah, basically, I need to take a picture of something and send it to the Retro Web because I have several outstanding updates for their website. And by golly, if I didn't take a picture of something and you can't read the version number on it, and that's kind of important. Because I think I was like 2 millimeters over too far one direction, and the version number is printed smack dab right beside the ISA slot. So I got a reply back today, or 2 different people. They're like, I don't know if we're going crazy, but we can't see the version number on this picture. And I look at the board. I'm like, I start to take a picture of it zoomed in as to where the version number is. And I look and I'm like, oh, well, no, of course you can't read the version number. The ISA slot's blocking it because the version number's printed smack dab right beside the ISA slot. And apparently I had my camera slightly angled. So it was if it was facing the back of the computer, if it was text that was on the left side of the ISA slots, it was blocked. I was like, okay, let me retake the picture for you all. So I'm trying to close out some of these requests of trying to... So yes, if you've seen a PC motherboard on my channel, I have slowly been, as I realize that the board I have has a BIOS that is not archived, or the board I have looks better than their reference photos, I have been slowly trying to give them BIOS images and better pictures and like any other details that I realize might be wrong in their data to try to improve what they have on those boards. So, and yes, that even includes the PC chips motherboards, as bad as they might be, but I'm trying to make sure those are archived. So if someone has one of those boards, because apparently PC chips brand boards have a tendency of having bad flash chips, then at least someone can go to that website and get a BIOS image and load a flash chip, and boom, they might have a working board. They might not have a working board. It's a PC chips board after all, but they might have a working board. So anyways, so yeah, if you've seen a motherboard on the channel, and you can go to the retro web, and they've got another number of them updated. I think so far I have actually given them like 3 or 4. I think I've given them 4 to 6 BIOS images. And so far, I think 3 of them are actually up on the website. Even one that they did a compare, and they're like, well, this doesn't look like a big change, but it is different than the one we had. So we're going to post it because it does look like another revision. It doesn't look like much changed, but it's another revision. So I think that one's pending the picture I got to take of the board. I think they're just going to do everything at once. But yeah, if you've seen a board on the channel, I'm slowly trying to get those BIOS images to them. So hopefully in the future, if you're maybe watching in the future and you're like, oh yeah, I saw your video on this computer or this board. And I've actually had a couple people already leave comments as to, at least one person's left a comment is like, yeah, I got one of these computers in a estate sale, and your live stream actually helped me figure out way more than I could find online on this computer. So if you're watching, yeah, if you've seen a board on my channel, hopefully the retro web will have more information than they did before I started. And if it looks like, if you're watching one of my live streams and you're not sure I've actually updated the retro web, you can leave a comment on the video, and I can confirm that, yep, I've given it to the retro web. It's live. It's posted. They determined it was the same. In fact, I got one BIOS image on one of the boards. I'm half expecting them to come back and tell me that we don't think this BIOS actually belongs on that board. I'll let you all guess as to which one that is, and you'll probably be wrong. You might be right, but you might also be wrong. But anyways, yeah, I've got one BIOS that I realized after I looked at the BIOS post string. I looked at it, I'm like, I don't know if that BIOS really belongs on that board. So I don't know. I may find out that I got the wrong BIOS on one of my boards, and that could explain some things I saw. But anyways, yeah, I'm slowly getting them updated. If you see one, feel free to leave a comment if you want to make sure I've updated them. I will try to also go back once I know that the retro web has posted the updated information. I'm also trying to slowly go back to those live streams where I showed those boards, and I'll pin a comment. It's like confirming that, yes, the retro web has the BIOS version that I was running. Or I'll try to go back and confirm that, yep, turns out that I had the same version, one of the same versions that was already archived or whatnot. So anyways, yep, I guess that's good. So more to come, because I may have a couple more motherboards coming my way. And it is entirely possible that one of the motherboards I bought only because it looked like it had a BIOS that wasn't archived. Steve, help. I think Steve gave me his disease of buying things that aren't archived to archive them. So anyways, also that board may also need repaired too. So it may be a twofer disease, that not only did I catch the BIOS may not be archived disease, but also the I might be able to repair it, but I might also completely destroy it trying. But I'm going to go for it. So, anyways, um, also soon, but not quite as soon. All right, I've rambled on long enough. Subscribe, like, comment, smash the bell icon, smash the thumbs up. If you didn't like this live stream, I think I like the way a video I recently watched put it. Make sure to enthusiastically let me know by smashing the thumbs down twice. Although, honestly, any channel engagement is engagement to YouTube. Leave a comment, questions. If you notice something I missed. Oh, there we go. There's the engagement question. The one last thing. So if you used a Color Computer 2 back in the day without answering CoCo SD, what games do you remember playing on your Color Computer 2? Or even if it's educational software or not a game, do you remember programming a BASIC? Is there a game you played? Is there like some program you had to use for school? Even if it's boring, is there something you remember running? I won't guarantee that I'll necessarily feature the boring things. And I am looking for a program you ran, not by this modern thing that'll run all the programs. I want to know what you actually ran. But there, leave a comment with what you remember running back in the day on your Color Computer 2. And it's okay if you're not sure which one you had and you accidentally call out something that only runs on a 1 or a 3. But if you know you had a Color Computer 2 and you know it'll run on this, that'd be great. Someday I may have a 1 and a 3, so I can do that too. But yeah, if you had a Color Computer 2, what do you remember running back in the day? So I'd like to know. Call it historical research for future content. Yeah, Jeremy says, not back in the day, but I have a cartridge game called Kids on Keys. Okay, so maybe I will open that up a little bit. Okay, if you remember running it back in the day, great. But also, if you've, like, rediscovered the Color Computer, or maybe you never ran it back in the day, but you've discovered it now, and you have a game or program you wished you had been able to play back in the day, like perhaps Kids on Keys, also fair game. But I would like to maybe hear from some people that actually used the Color Computer 2 or Color Computer back in the day. Joe's got that game too. Cool. Well, maybe I'll have to check that out. But anyways, yeah, I like to know things like this because that helps me with future content, be it a live stream, be it a scripted video. At some point, I have these grand visions of having videos where I actually explore the platform and how it was used back in the day. So, and Joe says it's awful. Oh. Well, on that disparaging note of disappointment, and I know I just butchered that statement, and unfortunately, I've reset the basic program in the Color Computer 2, so I can't have it deliver the ending phrase from Top Gear, so sorry. I know it's a huge ball of disappointment that I probably butchered their statement on disparaging disappointments. But on that note of horrific disappointment, and now you probably can tell I'm just throwing in adjectives, but yeah. On that note of disappointment, it is time to end the stream. I thank everyone for joining me. I do hope to see you next time. Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, Compact LTEs, where I will see if LTE means long-term enjoyment when you repair them so that they continue to work. So see you next time. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.